sir. Get you, have to go around.
Mayor Pro Tem.
It is now 5 p.m. 5:02 p.m. We'll go ahead and convene. City Secretary.
Notice of a public meeting of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville. Pursuant to Chapter 551, Title 5 of the Texas Government Code, the Texas Open Meetings Act, notice is hereby given that the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, in accordance with Article 5, Section 12 of the Charter of said city, will convene a regular meeting on May 2nd, 2023 at 5 p.m. in the City Commission chambers located on the second floor of the Brownsville City Hall Old Federal Building located at 1001 East Elizabeth Street. Members of the public who submitted a public comment form will be permitted to offer public comments as provided by the agenda and as permitted by the presiding officer during the meeting. A recording of the meeting will be made and will be available to the public in accordance with Open Meetings Act. Mayor Pro Tem, it is 5:03. You may call the meeting to order.
Roll call. Meeting is now called to order.
We do have a quorum present.
Very good, thank you. Nobody online, correct?
No, sir.
Just those in person. Next, we have invocation. Today, the invocation will be given by Esther Ramirez Clark.
Esther Ramirez Clark is the director for the National Day of Prayer. And before we pray, let me just quickly mention that you all are also invited to Mary Aturia's public memorial service this coming Saturday, 6 o'clock at the Episcopal Church, the Church of the Advent. What time did I say?
10 a.m.
10 a.m. Thank you. I'm thinking about the National Day of Prayer. So anyway, this is Esther Ramirez Clark. She's been directing this for quite a few years. So.
Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to be here once again. Since it was just yesterday that I was here last year inviting you. We're having the National Day of Prayer. It will start in the morning with the full gospel men's fellowship, and they will meet at Luby's Cafeteria at 6:30 a.m. And then at night, 6:30 p.m., we'll have National Day of Prayer with as many churches as will come out to the place there, front of the event center. There's a white cross. We will meet there again, and each one of you, we will be very happy for you to be there. You're invited. And I'd like to open this meeting with a prayer. You all bow your heads and let's start. Heavenly Father, we just thank you. We give you glory and honor, Lord. You have chosen us, Lord, to work for this city, for the betterment of your people, Lord. I just thank you for each one of these commissioners, Lord, that you have elected them, that you have chosen them, Lord. And I pray, Lord, that you will bless them, bless their families, keep them safe, Lord. And I pray for your hand to be upon everything that they do and decide for this city, Lord, that you will guide them in this meeting, Lord, that you will be here in this meeting. And let's all state the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen. Thank you. God bless you.
Now we'll have a short moment of silence where everybody else can add their prayers to what has already been spoken. Amen. And I want to mention that when you arrive at the event, let me know you've arrived, because I'm going to introduce all the public officials and the candidates so that we can recognize you and pray over all of you as a group at the event. So.
Thank you, Pastor. Pledge of Allegiance.
Next item, we have proclamations. First proclamation is recognizing 2022 Western Athletic Conference champion University of Texas at Rio Grande Valley volleyball team.
Team, please come forward. Please come on up. Right here also. This is a proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizing the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley volleyball team. Whereas the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley volleyball team won the 2022 Western Athletic Conference Championship, and whereas the Vaqueros brought NCAA Division I volleyball postseason home matches to the Valley for the first time while advancing to the quarterfinals of the NIVC, and whereas the Vaqueros were one of just 18 teams in the nation to win 27 matches, which is a new program record, and whereas UTRGV head coach Todd Lowry became the winningest coach in program history after previously leading legacy institution UT Brownsville to 2 national championships, and whereas the Vaqueros rallied the Valley and have made a major impact on our community, now therefore we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the charter of said city, and on behalf of all our citizens, do hereby recognize the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley volleyball team and further call upon the residents of Brownsville to celebrate their achievements done this second day of May 2023, signed Mayor and City Commissioners. Yeah. And Coach, if you or any of your players would like to say anything, the podium's yours.
We'd just like to thank the mayor and the city and the commissioners honoring this team. Obviously setting all sorts of Division I records and a group that I couldn't be more proud of. Just a whole lot of incredible hard work went into this season, and just want to thank you guys for acknowledging all that.
Congratulations.
Next proclamations we have recognizing Alejandro Flores and Christian Flores.
And Dr. Gowan will read the first, if the brothers Flores would come up. And any friends or family that would like to join you, please feel welcome to join them as well.
So it is my pleasure to read this proclamation. I delivered these boys 16 years ago, and I guess the folks that I've delivered here in Brownsville the past 26 years are getting to the age to deserve a proclamation, and it is my honor to do so. For a proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizing and honoring Alejandro Flores. Whereas Alejandro Flores was born and raised in Brownsville, is the son of Omar Flores and Neta Flores, and whereas on the day of September 30th, 2022, Boy Scout Alejandro Flores demonstrated bravery and heroism when he acted in a life-threatening situation. And whereas Alejandro was at a friend's pool party following an afternoon of fun in the sun, he decided to head inside the home for some food while adults watched the children by the pool. No adult was present inside with Alejandro and the other children who were playing in the home. And whereas Alejandro got ready to eat, he noticed a child struggling to swallow. He quickly realized that she was choking. Alejandro, without hesitation, performed the life-saving Heimlich maneuver. By this time, the child's parent darted into the home to help. Luckily, by then, Alejandro was successful at dislodging the food from the child's throat. And whereas Alejandro's actions were selfless, without hesitation, and swift as he ran to aid the choking child, he saved a life that day. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the charter of said city, do hereby recognize and honor Alejandro Flores and offer our sincere appreciation for his life-saving action. Done on this, the second day of May, 2023, signed by the mayor and the City Commission.
And now for his brother Christian. A proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizing and honoring Christian Flores. Whereas Christian Flores was born and raised in Brownsville, Texas, is the son of Omar Flores and Neta Flores, and whereas on the morning of December 6, 2022, Boy Scout Christian Flores demonstrated bravery and heroism when he acted in a life-threatening situation. And whereas while arriving at South Texas ISD Science Academy, Christian observed an unconscious student lying on the grass, where there seemed to be one confused bystander not knowing what to do. And whereas Christian selflessly and without hesitation quickly ran to aid the unconscious student and successfully performed the life-saving recovery position technique, after he placed her in this position, he ran to the nearest security officer. He asked that the officer radio for medical support. Once achieved, Christian ran back to his fellow student's side while waiting for help to arrive. And whereas he saved a life that day, Christian has set an example for his student peers and the citizens of Brownsville, Texas. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the charter of said city, do hereby recognize and honor Christian Flores and offer our sincere appreciation for his life-saving action, done this second day of May, 2023, signed Mayor and City Commissioners. Amen. And gentlemen, if there's anything either of you would like to say, please feel free to step up to the podium.
Hello. I want to thank everyone for giving me Alejandro a round of applause, especially for getting our proclamation. I want to thank a couple people. First of all, my parents for driving me here, and Alejandro. Um, it's a great honor, and I hope many kids take consideration how scouting or Girl Scouting can help the next generation, maybe save another generation's life. And I want to thank Boy Scouting specifically for giving me the chance to save a fellow student and a friend from that life-threatening incident. So I want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Alejandro Flores, and I'm thankful for this proclamation. I'm also glad that I was there to assist as well. I am very honored, I do say, and I'm glad everybody was safe. That's my primary goal. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Next proclamation, we have Provider Appreciation Day.
Is there anyone here to accept this proclamation? I think there was a lady who requested it, so, okay, I will go ahead and read it, and then I'll find a way to forward it to her. This is a proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, proclaiming May 12th, 2023 as Provider Appreciation Day. Whereas family childcare is quality early childhood education and a valuable investment in our children's future, and whereas family childcare professionals play an important role in cultivating, supporting, and educating young children in a warm, loving, and culturally competent environment in a home-based setting to meet the needs of families. And whereas Brownsville recognizes family childcare providers as an essential workforce for our economy that allows families access to the care needed so that they can work. And whereas Brownsville will join families and organizations nationwide in recognizing family childcare providers, teachers, and educators for their efforts in caring for the children of working parents and providing them with quality early childhood experiences in the home. And whereas residents of Brownsville are encouraged to recognize family childcare providers for their dedication to providing quality care and learning services and for the important role they play in our children's future. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the Charter of said city, and on behalf of all our citizens, do hereby proclaim May 12th, 2023 as Provider Appreciation Day in Brownsville, Texas, and urge all citizens to recognize child care providers for their important work done on this, the second day of May, 2023. So, thank you to everyone who works in the childcare industry.
Next item, we have public comment period. Mayor Pro Tem, we did receive 9 public comments.
That's fine. I'll entertain a motion to go ahead and lift the rules on the maximum number of speakers we'll allow today.
So move.
So motion, is there a second? Second. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. You may proceed.
First public comment is Christopher Basaldu.
Ete apele, maut belech, le kauyen, la yen helshat, yen eshtokna, yen somisek. Good afternoon, and as the outgoing mayor Trey Mendez is not here, I'm sad about that. I wish he was here along with all of you council. Again, I come before you asking you to encourage the district attorney to drop the charges against Ms. Becca Hinojosa. I would like to remind the city of Brownsville and the mayor, the current mayor in absentia and the mayor pro tem, that the city of Brownsville is the complainant. That means that all you guys have to do is drop the complaint and then there's no case. I would like to also point out that Ms. Hinojosa was arrested without warrant. This is an abuse of power, and it is a scary thing in any society where police are allowed to get away with committing violence against a resident, arresting them in their own home, breaking and entering their home without a warrant. Let me say that again, without a warrant. This is a frightening step towards fascism, and you guys need to stop this now. You guys need to be concerned about this now, all right? Second, Mayor Mendez then put the mugshot of Ms. Hinojosa on his official Facebook page, named her employer, and then assumed her guilt without due process. Bragged about naming somebody and then in the court of law or mislaw in his own head, he decided to proclaim someone guilty and opened them to potential harassment and harm by other people, compounding the abuse of power from the police, which again is a misuse of power, an abuse of power, and a step towards fascism. So you have a mayor, even though he's outgoing, who is celebrating fascism and proclaiming to people that somebody can be a target. You guys need to pay attention to this. This is not a trivial matter. You have the responsibility because you, representing the city of Brownsville, are the complainant in this case. You actually have the power to stop this. And going forward with this case is a waste of taxpayer money and resources for an alleged crime so trivial as graffiti, alleged graffiti. And here you are thinking that it's more important to protect some paint on a wall rather than a life of a human being. You guys need to be ashamed of yourself. Then Mendez said that there was going to be an investigation. Public records show there has never been any investigation. So your outgoing mayor is a liar.
Time is
You
up.
guys need to investigate him for abuse of power, and you need to look into yourselves, what are your values? Thank you.
Next, we have Yolanda Spies.
Hello. The people who make their livings enforcing the laws should be held to a higher standard, not a lower standard, and certainly should never be allowed to play the get out of jail free card when they violate those laws, no matter how big or how small the law is. It doesn't matter if it's if a city ordinance or if it's something as big as a federal law. But that is what qualified immunity gives police officers, a lower standard and the right to violate the rights of citizens, specifically Brownsville citizens, no matter how big or how small the law is. The police can break the law and they're free of responsibility. How is that fair? Officer Cervantes from the Brownsville Police Department violated the city ordinance by coercing and obligating me to hand over my German Shepherd Dobie to Samantha Natalie Vargas, a person who filed a false police report. Cervantes did not do his homework and I was illegally deprived of my property, and my husband and I were falsely branded thieves. Cervantes did not go above and beyond the law as Sergeant Cecilia Valdez and Commander Pascal claim, Sergeant Cecilia Valdez yelled at me at 5 o'clock in the morning, said some horrible things about my husband as he was dying in the hospital. Give me a minute. Hochul told me that the municipal code was not enforceable. The whole municipal code of the city of Brownsville is not enforceable. If Cervantes went above and beyond, it wasn't to protect and serve me or my husband. He aided and abetted Samantha Natalie Vargas, who lives at 314 Palm Boulevard, in lying and stealing. And she claims she allegedly lost my dog when the courts told her to hand it back to me through court order. Yet I am the one who's being treated like a criminal, and I'm the one who's being accused of being inappropriate by Commissioner Cowan. I'm the one who's been subjected to verbal abuse from Sergeant Cecilia Valdez. I've been lied to by the Internal Affairs Department of the Brownsville Police Department and Commander Pascal. Commander Pascal also tampered with my civil cases and my witnesses, and I have a paper trail to prove that. I also have witnesses. Then on top of that, rather than trying to fix the problem, the Assistant City Attorney proceeded to write to the Attorney General to demand that I not be allowed to have my FOIA request granted. I requested access to the police cam footage that proves neither officer followed the law. I can request it and it should be given to me, but the Brownsville Police Department's Record Division has been instructed not to release it to me because of what it shows. The city of Brownsville has done everything to torture me and humiliate me, and Cowan and Mendez are complicit because they know and they refuse to do anything to help me out. I will continue to name names because there are more names. I want to make sure no one ever has to go through this traumatic experience again because police don't know the law and constantly violate it. You can try to silence me, but it
Time
won't
is up,
change
Ms.
the truth.
Time is up.
Your
Time
police
is up.
sucked, and you need to fix that.
Speece,
It's
your
not
time
an
is up.
option.
Do not go on.
I'm finished.
Next speaker, we have Ms. Gloria Thomas. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Gloria Thomas, and I'm speaking as a resident of Brownsville. I'm here, like many others, in support of Becca Hinojosa, who was subject to a violent arrest, all based on a single charge of alleged graffiti. She was presented no warrant or any explanation when Brownsville police broke into her home and held her in jail for 26 hours. And then to follow up, the Brownsville mayor, Trey Mendez, decided to post her mugshot on social media and publicly attack her for speaking up to the news media about the harms of SpaceX. And also, he included sensitive information like her employer. We have been here several times and we have detailed why this is wrong, from the abuse of power to the violation of civil rights. We've also explained the negative impacts of SpaceX. We've explained the harms that SpaceX has caused to our community, to the environment, and how it's also erasing Native history. And each time you, the city commissioners, and the mayor have responded with complete indifference. No sympathy for the trauma caused by city officials. No sympathy for the environmental destructions we want to stop. No sympathy for the Carrizo Comecrudo tribe who is trying to preserve their history and protect their land. And the response we've gotten is claiming victimhood, like you, Trey Mendez, claiming mental strain just from hearing criticism against SpaceX. What kind of response is this from city officials? Calling listening to public comments, which is your job as city officials, a mental strain? As local government, you should listen to public criticism. You should listen to them and advocate for us. We're telling you that our mental strain from the negative impacts of SpaceX and the mistreatment of community members like Becca. What about our mental strain of being on the verge of homelessness from the rapid increase in rent prices that SpaceX has caused? What about our mental strain from watching our childhood beach being completely destroyed? What about our mental strain from seeing wildlife completely destroyed from SpaceX launch failures? What about our mental strain from watching our elected leaders who promise to be there for the people ignore us? Ron Cowan responded with complete indifference and even as far to say that it is a shame that Jessica's case has been made public. We did not make this public. You all have made this public by posting and posting her on social media.
Next speaker, we have Ali Smith.
Ali Schmidt. Okay, next speaker.
Next, we have Josue Ramirez.
Welcome, please tell us your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
Sure thing. Hi, my name is Josue Ramirez. Distinguished guest, residents of Brownsville, and honored friends, I stand here before you today with this unofficial proclamation to unveil the people's portrait of the exiting mayor, Juan Tremendez. As an artist, I am humbled to be commissioned by the calling of the people. This is a momentous occasion as we look to the legacy of a leader who tirelessly underserved his community with distinction and dedication. Whereas Mayor Mendez champions progress and prosperity for some, he has been a guiding beacon for people who want to suck Brownsville dry. Under his leadership, the city has undergone transformation, from the gentrification of downtown to the privatization of the city's only beach to outsiders. Through his unwavering commitment to them, Mayor Mendez has been a tireless advocate and intentionally and inadvertently for capitalist extraction, for rising housing costs, for the destruction of native wildlife, and for the policing of activists. Whereas the unveiling of Mayor Mendez's portrait today is a symbol of his service to Brownsville. It represents the reality of our community. It serves as a testament to his enduring impact to our city. The portrait is painted on bandit signs that litter the streets and capture the essence of Mayor Mendez's character, reflecting his vision for a city that prioritizes profits over people. The portrait is done in the street art style, since we know he is a fan of public art. It is a fitting tribute to a leader who has left an indelible mark on Brownsville, a leader whose legacy will unfortunately continue to shape our city and residents like Becca Hinojosa for years to come. As we stand here today, let us reflect on the actions of Mayor Mendez, and let us pledge to fight back on the values and principles that he has championed through his tenure. Let us hold him and others accountable by continuing to work to make Brownsville a better place for all. In closing, I would like to extend my condolences to Mayor Mendez on his well-deserved honor. Your unwavering dedication to capitalist egomaniacs has had a profound difference in the lives of so many, and we are grateful for your exit. May your portrait serve as a lasting reminder of the shameful public legacy we will carry in your name. Thank you.
Next, we have Sandra Trevino.
Can you all hear me? Hello?
Yes, please tell us your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
All right, my name is Sandra Trevino. So I wrote something for National Poetry Month. That was in April. And seeing how we're currently in election season, I wanted to share it with my community so that we may never lose sight of what Brownsville has been and what it can be for the people. So without further ado, where the buses would stop. Come meet me out there where the buses would stop, down the loud, crowded sidewalks of Brownsville's years past, near Segundas where tias and abuelos would shop in a border community strong and steadfast, where the bustle of locals and bridge crossers meet, their quincenas held tight like the beads of a rosary as they walk past the stores on Elizabeth Street, eyeing fine chucherias on their way to buy groceries, where people have more than enough for their lunch after donating plasma and paying their bills. And you hear the loud cheering of someone who picked the right card on a hunch. They shout bingo, all thrilled. Where a mountain of clothes means there's treasure to find if you know how to climb and have patience to search. Kids run and play, but the owners don't mind, and the radio blasts songs from some Mexican church. Where the ones holding buckets and rags aren't far, be it cloudy or sunny, the grind doesn't end. You'll come back to a thoroughly washed and dried car for a handful of dollars. Gracias. God bless you, friend. Where students rush by with a coffee in hand, Their bags heavy with books and eyes heavy with sleep. But they're learning, they're striving. This future they've planned will be worth the long hours for the rewards they will reap. Well, that is, if downtown is still ours to keep. The secondhand stores where our money was spent and that mom and pop snack bar I loved as a kid, they're all gone or they're closing. City jacked up the rent so the mayor can hype up his pizza. It's mid. But at least the cantinas are all going dry, and the fancy new restaurants, wow, what a treat. No more drunkards in town. Oh wait, what's that I spy? It's a license for liquor, but for the rich and elite. Elected officials have turned a blind eye to our many concerns on their corporate funders. Their dull faces serve as their only reply to our comments on Elon's disastrous blunders. Some people still ask why we're so quick to bash. This man is a genius. We're just being mean. So his rocket exploded. He coughed up some cash. SpaceX hasn't paid taxes since 2014. They're trying to convince us that we have succeeded when all of these changes help only a few. Their businesses, friends, and the muskrat who tweets. But in none of their plans do they think about you. And it feels like now all we can do is reminisce, sharing stories of all the good times that were had in the years before gentrify that, and this, before the place we call home became one giant ad. I'm still waiting out there where the buses would stop, like a weathered and faded historical plaque. Even though it may seem like those old times close shop, I am sure that in time we can bring it all back. We'll make things majestic one step at a time by using our voices and working together. We'll take back this town, take it back to its prime, and from there, we'll make plans to keep making it better. Drop the charges against Becca Hinojosa, investigate the mayor for his abuse of power, listen to the Carrizo Come Crudo tribe, stop worshiping Musk and SpaceX, and thank you for nothing, Trey Menso. Bye. That is all.
Next, we have Emma Guevara.
Is Ms. Guevara here? Okay, next speaker.
Rebecca Hinojosa.
Ms. Hinojosa, just please tell us your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Becca Hinojosa, and I am one of Brownsville's many outspoken community members. Once again, your constituents are here urging you, the city of Brownsville, to write a letter to District Attorney Sines to drop the Class B misdemeanor charge against me. To make it easier, we have a draft letter that the City Commission can review, sign your names, and email it or mail it to the District Attorney's office to drop the charge. Gonna hand this to the Secretary. Your community needs you to drop the Class B misdemeanor charge against me and speak up about the serious issues. SpaceX taking away beach access for local families and the Carrizo Come Crudo tribe of Texas. SpaceX blowing up rocket parts into the community. SpaceX burning down acres of wildlife habitat. And the SpaceX industry growing into the community and displacing people from their homes, and the many other numerous negative impacts of SpaceX. The impacts are about to increase in size and scale because of the Starship Super Heavy rocket launches. And rather than have a meaningful dialogue with concerned community members, the mayor has ignored our concerns about SpaceX. Last year, Mayor Mendez also abused his official authority and subjected me to a violent arrest and targeted me on his social media account because I am outspoken about the destructive impacts that SpaceX has on our environment and community. This is clear retaliation, violating my First Amendment protected right to challenge the environmental impact of SpaceX. Mayor Mendez is violating federal law. The city of Brownsville should not allow reckless endangerment of its residents by its highest public official. In February, we hand-delivered a petition to the city commissioners with over 1,700 signatures to demand that the city of Brownsville, in conjunction with the district attorney's office, immediately drop the Class B misdemeanor charge of alleged graffiti against me because I was subjected to a politically motivated arrest. We also demanded an immediate investigation into Mayor Mendez's actions that should have real consequences. The city has not responded to the petition we delivered in February or the additional letters we've delivered last month. The mayor of Brownsville has shown us that he supports a violent police force attacking community members to show favoritism for an out-of-town billionaire space corporation. The Class B misdemeanor charge against me must be immediately dropped. We're here to remind you that we won't allow a politician that publicly supports SpaceX to intimidate and retaliate against community members. By targeting me as an example, the city is signaling to us that they will use violence to silence anyone else that speaks up.
Next, we have Deborah Bell.
Ms. Bell here? Okay. I think that's all.
Next item, we have work session. Item number 1, presentation and discussion regarding Chapter 98, traffic and vehicles.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Commissioners. My name is Roberto Baez, City Manager's Office. And I'm here again tonight, working with the next steps. As you might recall, back in December, I came and presented to you all the parking fees for the new parking stations, which you all approved. Back then, I also mentioned that we have some next steps. So basically to finalize the cycle of the parking stations and the ordinance that regulates the station. Next slide, please. Oh, I have it. All right, so, oh, it looks weird. A little bit of background. Since you guys approved the master fee schedule that included the new parking fees, we went and started identifying how the new fees will impact the whole ordinance. So we decided instead of just bring you little pieces or amendments, right, as we call it, we wanted to clear up and review the whole chapter. So with that, we create a working group, and this group, and I want to thank them, every single one of them, because this is not a one-person job. Actually, it took a village to be able to review it, and we're so close to finalize it. Engineering Public Works, Doro, Lucio, his team, thank you guys. City Manager's Office, of course, Ms. Ramirez, her guidance, my team back then, Legal Division, Will, and actually Jennifer, she is not here with us, but she's actually the brains behind this effort. She's just amazing. Police Department, Sergeant De Leon, Lieutenant Napoles, and of course, our downtown manager, Alan Garces. So this is the working group that we can establish for us to review it. This is a little bit of the timeline. Again, back in December, we came up, we presented the fees, and then we started identifying that we needed to do some sort of a cleanup. Based on our first review, the ordinance hasn't been updated since probably like 20 years ago or so, just little pieces again throughout those years. The chapter encompasses about 400 sections. So as you can see, it's a big undertaking and has a lot of individual sections and has about 7 articles. Our task was to review every single one. And again, this is a workshop to showcase the things that we have identified so far and seek your input. And we're so close to finalize that. We began the meetings. We start meeting every week. We have done those meetings as like I said, every week since January of this year. And today we have this workshop. Our goal is to hopefully by the second meeting of this month, bring you the first reading. But we want to seek some input or guidance as we continue the review process. I'm just going to go with some highlights that we're recommending for cleanup purposes and making sure that we align to the new parking stations. The first thing is our ordinance is so outdated that it was really specific about the way the parking meters were written. So it literally said parking meters, 2 heads, 1 pole. It also said nickels, dimes, and all these little coins and all the change. It was really specific that maybe worked back in the 70s, but we identify that. We want to make sure that our ordinance also is in compliance with the new parking stations. And we also add some language that is going to allow us to be able to park in increments of 4 hours. The other one is the loading and unloading. As you recall, you all have some questions about those curbside, spots and whatnot. So while we researched it, I found out that my work for that is to create a 15-minute parking spot in the unloading and loading zones. Those are every corner on the downtown area. Those are yellow spots. Instead of just being for loading and unloading, it's basically going to be open parking for 15 minutes. And that will help us with the curbside issues and helping the business owners and so on and so forth. The next one is the fee for overparking. We're recommending to change that. Again, it hasn't been updated since 2002, I believe. Right now, the current fee is $5 if you don't pay your fees on the parking meters. So we're recommending to change it to $20 the citation, and if doubles if you don't pay within 10 days, additional 10 days for every 10 days of delinquency, and the cap is $60. We have, again, done some research, and that's in compliance with other cities. And we feel that that's kind of like, a regulatory move. And also, one of the things that we were able to clean out, because the process is a little convoluted, we're gonna have 6 unpaid parking tickets, and that would trigger the towing. I believe right now is a different process, and it was confusing, so we wanna be able to clear it up, and we're working with our police department to make sure that that is in line with our vision as well. The other aspect is actually the fund that governs this chapter of 163. That's the fund that I came on December and presented to you all, which is the fees that were increased. Back then, in my presentation, I outlined how we're gonna be, or at least the plan that was proposed to use with the surplus monies. We discussed additional officers, right, assigned to downtown operations. We discussed a beautification crew, and also special events for downtown manager. So in order for us to be able to do that in compliance, we need to change the cap, increase it, and be able to have the language that is gonna be able for us to use that and allow downtown maintenance and security needs. Any questions so far?
Yes, actually, I have one on the $10 parking. I'm not sure what you're calling it, the fees, the enforcement fees. How are you gonna actually issue the citation, since our parking stations or pay stations are digital now? Is there gonna be a paper ticket put on somebody's windshield, like old school? Or is that gonna be, my concern is how they're gonna get notice of it. Because if it's something that's gonna be emailed or mailed, 10 days might be kind of tight. And I'm not sure if that's 10 business days or 10 calendar days. So can you kind of help me out on that one?
Right, so actually, again, this is workshop, so we can work actually on the 10 days. We can change that because it's an ordinance, so we can do it calendar days or business days. Now, on the enforcement, we have Sergeant De Leon, but the thing that we did, we integrated our current system, which is the Brazos handheld devices. So you don't have to have a writing citation. They're gonna be electronic issue, and they will place it on the vehicle. So you will have it right away. Also, we have our BP from Flaubert, which is the company who's providing the parking stations. They're being really helpful when it comes to integration of these new 2 programs. Again, so we don't have any manual process when it comes to issuing citations. So far, that's kind of the game plan. Yes, sir, thank you. Any other questions?
Yes, Robert, on the towing, I know because of issues we'd seen last year, there was talk about revisiting towing fees and the towing ordinances. Will that be part of this rewrite, or is that something we should be looking at the same time?
Yeah, this is not, and I'm going to answer that one. We've been talking about that with the city attorney's office. So we can probably look at it. I think my recommendation would look at this first. There's a lot. I would say there's 100 pages. I don't know if Jen said, I mean, this group has been meeting like every week to go through everything. And then right after that, we can do the towing, but immediately after. But I think the recommendations to get through this first, as we already have a lot of the pay stations live, and then right away, we'll start working on the towing. Because I know we had talked about the fees and if they're too high and possibly.
And yeah, if this is going to go from booting to now towing, then that would be a concern because that's a different fee that the citizen would be facing and a different experience.
Yes, correct. And legal, like I said, Jennifer is on that as well.
I have a comment. So I recently got a parking ticket in San Antonio in the downtown area. And there was a paper ticket, although it was electronically generated, it was not written out by a person, put on my car. And I was traveling further than San Antonio, and it said I had 10 days to pay the ticket. Now, that caught my attention, and I paid it fast because normally I would probably put it in the glove box and forget about it. I was on a 3-week trip, but the fact that it told me I had such a short turnaround, made me pay it right then and there, logging in and doing that rather than waiting. So I actually favor a short turnaround time.
Yeah.
I think it makes people
Yeah.
not lose the ticket and.
Right.
Were you able to pay it electronically?
I did. I was able to go online and then put in your card.
Yes, exactly. And I believe he has that right now, right, Sergeant? On the citations, he says 10 days if not doubles. And I believe he has even the link to pay online. Right.
Just have a quick question. This would apply to also cars with Mexican plates?
Yes. Yeah, the citations will be the same as before the parking stations. Now with the parking stations, we allow both license plates. The system recognizes license plates from Mexico or United States.
Seems to me the ticket told me if I didn't pay it within 10 days, it was gonna double. And so that was a double reason why I paid it right away.
Right. Yeah, so that's our plan and what we're proposing this afternoon.
And Robert, if we could get draft of what the citation would look like. I'm just curious to see what it would look like. I'd love to see if we can incorporate something like a QR code so that it makes it that much easier for the citizen to just go to where they need to go and pay their ticket, if that's something that's possible with the software that we're using.
Yeah, perfect. We can look into it because I know the municipal court has the system to pay online. So if they don't have it, I think that's, I don't want to say easy because technology, but I think it's doable. And I'll send you the citation as it is right now, and we can work on modify it.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have one more question. On the towing, I don't see why that would benefit the city. City doesn't get any money for towing. The fee is $20, I believe. Why wouldn't you just continue booting? That way you can just make sure they pay their ticket.
So there's two reasons of why. The first one, Sergeant De Leon, his team were suggesting to give him some sort of ammunition for enforcement. Right now, there's none. Right, so be able to have the citations. If you have 6 unpaid citations, then that will trigger the towing. The second reason why, and hopefully we have someone from municipal court, but is right now the ordinance is so complex, right? So if you want to do booting, there's going to be some steps that you need to take. So first of all, the municipal court needs to run a report, get a judgment from the court. Once the judgment is generated, we need to put it in the newspaper because if we have the national license plate or whatnot, and then once that happens, no one claims that the vehicle has been sold. So we're notified the Texas Motor Vehicle System. Once all that happens, then we can trigger what we call a warrant for the booting. And once that happens, then they go and boot.
But are you going to be towing from anywhere in Brownsville, or are you going to be towing just to their park there? Are you going to be towing from homes? Or are you going to be towing over out of town? Like what's?
Yeah, so right now this applies to the downtown area, but I would defer to Will. I don't know if this is going to be extended as well, but as a working group, it's for the downtown.
These codes and ordinances are for the downtown metered parking areas. Okay, this is what we're speaking about.
I understand that, but my question is, so they have 6 parking tickets. Now they're at the mall. I guess they got readers on the, I would imagine that these tow trucks are going to have readers, license plate readers, I would imagine. If not, I don't think they're going to be reading license plates. So my question is, if they're at the mall, are you going to tow their car from the mall?
Again, the way it kind of works is the police is going to be the ones having the record of, okay, Roberto Baez has 6 unpaid citations, then they can trigger the towing.
I just don't want a $60, well, it's because 6 of them, that's $360 plus what is the towing fee now, like $300? So I don't want to go from 360 to 660. I think we should try to figure out what we can do before we tow. But I guess sometimes it does get out of hand.
Commissioner, to answer your question, and as the city manager mentioned, this enforcement is for the unpaid tickets as it relates to the downtown area. The other thing is, and not to be confused, the tow companies are not going to have random enforcement abilities. This is something that would be identified. They have not met up with the citations that have been issued as it relates to downtown parking. and those violations would be enforced. They're not gonna be missing their car from the mall, they're not gonna be missing their car from their home. The enforcement is not gonna be left up, like it is to private property owners, that they can, call and get those vehicles towed.
I mean, I would just like for this to try to be done. You got to give a curve, a learning curve. I've seen people have a lot of difficulty trying to pay right now still. I tried to pay once. It wasn't taking $1. I don't know who was there. I think somebody saw me there. It wasn't taking the money. They fixed it that day. But I mean, we can have issues with that. So let's just not, I mean, go out there and start towing cars, right?
And that is not gonna be the primary reason behind any of this. It's gonna take some research, and as it was mentioned in our meetings, it's gonna be something that the learning curve, just like it has been now, there has been no enforcement for a while, so that we can get everything right with the equipment, the software, the teaching process, the education process. Today, we did a media blitz along with several city departments. So it's not going to be something that is gonna start right away, anything like that, so.
Thank you.
Starting to suspect Commissioner Cardenas has 5 unpaid tickets.
Yeah, and you know what? Thank you for your comment because it's a good segue. As Sergeant De Leon mentioned it, and because we listen to your feedback, that's what we hear. I believe Commissioner Los Santos, you asked last time, hey, what are we doing to teach our citizens on that? So I'm happy to announce that today we did what we call it, or the educational day or boots on the ground. A lot of people from the audience actually help out. We have our best on ice chairs on the corners because it was a little humid, and we have our media coverage. So our goal is to do that once a week. We help about 35, 40 people in the span of 3 hours. And they were really helpful that someone was there next to them. Because we know technology sometimes it might be a little intimidating. So that's what we did today. And our plan is to continue doing that once a week for this transition of the education aspect. And then the enforcement will be once we feel that we're ready for that.
How was the feedback for that?
What was that?
How was the feedback from the citizens on that?
So honestly, it was really good. We met 3 different ladies or group of people that they were coming from McAllen, I believe, and they said, and actually we were with our VP from Flover, is this the same machine that McAllen has? And I said jokingly, oh no, this is better, right? So they went through the experience and they said, you know what, it is better because I believe, and I don't want to make the statement, but based on what they said, McAllen doesn't offer the pay by text option. So they get the receipt by text and, you know, it's a convenience thing because wherever you are, you get a notification 15 minutes before and you can pay right in there instead of going to the parking station. So feedback was really, really helpful and really positive.
All right, thanks.
All right. So this is the last one. We're also working on the downtown parking permits, updating the fees and the application process. We actually find out that we have a parking permit fee in the ordinance already. It's just we haven't, I guess, enforced it or used it. It's for $60 a month. Again, we're seeking your feedback. If you think that's a really doable price tag, we'll leave it as is. We also conducted some research from cities that have some sort of a same kind of parking permit, and the fees are really, you know, the same. Of course, there's other cities that have 80, 100, and so on and so forth, but locally and cities the same size, 60 and 40, they were around the fee. The application process, it was already drafted by our downtown manager, and Will and Jennifer are reviewing it right now. So we want to make sure that they're in compliance with everything. One of the recommendations they're making is instead of issuing by the actual person, they want to issue into the business owners and the building. That way the building can be able to issue them as you're renting for apartments or you as a business owners, because, you know, if that person leaves the building, that person wants to have the permit, right? So we want to, that's kind of the recommendation that we're making and we're finding out through the research. The other one that is already in the ordinance is the bonded of the code enforcement officers. We recommended to keep it just because now they're handling now cash bills. Back then it was only coins. Right now, the legal department is helping us to identify if we can bond the position instead of the actual person doing that. So once we have more details on that and we bring the first reading, at that point we'll have the actual, you know, recommendation. But we want to keep it or leave it as that just because of the liability of carrying that money. And lastly, we have the revised parking meter zones. Right now, we recommending that have one big parking zone, and just asking the citizens to, once they pay the time, they only have 4 hours. If they want to pay 4 more hours, our recommendation is for them to move another block. Now, this is up to you all. They can stay there and just pay 4 more hours, or we can create more zones.
But the reason for moving them is because you don't want someone parked in one of the feedback that we got from businesses is that they're concerned with having an employee park in the front of their store for 8 hours. And so the turnaround is you can still have a nice meal and enjoy downtown or go to an event within a 4-hour period. If you really need to stay another 4 hour, you would move your vehicle to another zone to be able to have some sort of rotation. And that's one of the things that's not been a problem. The consultant ran data on how many times people have exceeded the 4 hours. And I think it was only like less than 1%.
Yeah, so right.
So it's not a problem.
Yeah,
We're just saying that we're thinking of that. I mean, everything's so popular and people are already rotating themselves. And so we're not running across that problem. That's why one zone makes a difference. If you start creating 2 zones just to create them, it can get a little complicated, but we have reserved that right. But the data speaks for itself. Of the 5,000 something.
Yeah, 5,600, only 78 people.
Only 78.
Yeah.
So.
And with that, I'm happy to entertain any other questions. Thank you.
We have any other questions or comments from the commission?
Robert, when we talk about the permits for downtown being issued to the building owners, what happens if we're in a situation where I'm renting an apartment, but my landlord doesn't want to pay for it? Can I then, even though I'm the tenant, I'm not the building owner, can I apply?
Yeah, we can look into it for sure. And that's why, again, that's why we're here. We giving you the foundation that we have found so far as a research. It doesn't mean it's a set of stone. Because we're so close to finalize it, I think it was appropriate for us to reach out to you all and hear that. So yes, we can look into that definitely.
Right. I mean, I think that question came out yesterday, and the thought is, if it lies just with the lessee of the apartment complex, what if when they leave, they sell it to someone else? But the property owner, we're not requiring the property owner to pay for it, but they have to be aware, because what if someone just tries to, hopefully they won't be fraudulent, you never know, but we want to make sure that you assign, so much per apartment complex that we have, or condo or loft. And so that it's not overly, but this will be evolving with time. Everyone has to right size things for their community. So we see, we'll be looking at it every 6 months to see what's working, what's not. And if we have to adjust something, we'll come back. The codes are written, we always say, for 80% of the time. There's always a 20% you have to tweak or adjust. So we'll be monitoring that data and seeing if there's concerns or not, how it's working.
And what are we doing to speak directly to downtown employees, residents, and business owners and property owners?
Yes, our downtown.
Are we getting their feedback as we're developing these?
Yes, Alan, so we're using our downtown manager for that.
Very good.
Commissioners, nice to see you. Good afternoon. That was part of the initial, I'm sorry. That was part of the initial discussion when we introduced the idea of getting new parking stations. So that was initially one of the discussions we had. I'm sorry, Carlos. That was one of the discussions that we originally had, that yes, we are getting new parking stations, but we are also working on this other factor where a property owner, a business owner, and their employees could apply for this type of permit. So they are aware. And as a matter of fact, I don't necessarily mind going door to door again and letting them know that once it becomes available, that's something that we can do.
And I think my concern is less that they're aware and more, do they have the opportunity to provide input? Because I know we can have meetings and say, this is how it's going to be.
Oh, sure.
But where is the opportunity for their feedback so that as we craft these policies, we ensure that we've got the needs of those people worked into that?
If we decide on a policy and it's approved by commission, we can definitely host a town hall. That definitely is, I have no issue doing that.
And I know you've done a great job with the downtown talks and things like that for business owners and other things. I'd encourage something like this, but again, not just to educate, but also to solicit feedback, because I think that's important. Because it's easy for us to pass laws up here, and I know the company will tell us what data and what works in other cities, but we need to hear from the people who are living this day to day. We need to get their input as we craft this.
Absolutely.
last comment on my part. With the permits, I mean, I have a huge concern on, I mean, there's buildings out there that have 20 offices. Are you gonna give 20 parking permits there? What are you gonna do with the restaurants? What are you gonna do? I mean, if you just start giving out permits, we're gonna have no parking.
Yeah, we're not gonna do that. Just to clarify, a point of clarification, on-street parking is for everything. It's for the public, it's for everyone. We can't, we're not, advocating for leasing on-site parking. If not, we're not gonna have any parking. There are leases that we have on our parking structure. And those, we have been surveying them. We've 3 months of surveys to see what's available, what's not. And also, you also have to look at the businesses. Some businesses are an evening business, some are day business. So we're not only surveying the parking structure, but also the parking lots that the city has, right? And so if there's an opportunity in a parking lot that makes sense, perhaps, but not on-street parking. If not, we're kind of shooting ourselves in the foot.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, guys.
Next item, we have consent agenda items.
Do we have any motions?
Can I pull out number 6, number 9, and number 13? Otherwise, I move to approve the rest of the items.
We have a motion to approve the exception of 6, 9, and 13. There is a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, motion passes. First item is item 6.
3, 6.
Commissioner, item 6.
So number 6, was that just from the luncheon that Friday of Charlie?
That was my understanding. Can we just get that clarification? It's, that was a Scissor City agreement with us and Matamoros. That's what we did at the luncheon.
Okay.
I'm not aware of any.
Yes, sir, that's the only one.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Then I move to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes.
Number 9, is that the one that the Housing Authority has requested to set aside?
That's correct.
However, they wanted that pulled from the agenda. We received a request from Carla. I think that was sent to the city attorney's office that they wanted that to Jen, that they wanted pulled. I guess we were too fast. Can you believe it? And so they the attorney wanted it. I think they wanted to approve it and then it would go to the commission, but we were ready, so we put it on, but they have to approve it first, the Housing Authority.
Okay,
So-
I'll just move to table it.
Okay.
All right, we have a motion to table. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
All right, those opposed? All right, number 9 is tabled.
13, since the Warriors and United are here, I thought that they might want to discuss this. My only concern with the lease is the ability to assign, even though it says that they cannot assign it, but then it says that the landlord will not withhold permission to assign that easily. So on that note, I just, why can't we just avoid the whole assignment altogether?
So you would like for them to be able to assign it to another nonprofit or?
No, like.
Just not assign it.
Not assign it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that we can make it a little bit more stronger so it's not assignable.
Well, it's, I mean, it's for the purposes of these gentlemen having their ability to provide those services, so. Yeah.
And I just thought like if you're gonna, for whatever reason, if they do have to assign it, then just bring it back to the city commission, whoever's sitting there then.
That's fine.
So other than that, I approve. I move to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Thanks, guys. Thank you for your work.
Congratulations on your new home.
Next item, we have public hearings. Public hearing number 1, public hearing in action on first reading of ordinance number 2023-748-G to amend Chapter 98, Traffic and Vehicles, Article 4, Speed Restrictions establishing speed limits at US 281, FM 511, FM 1732, and FM 3248 in the city of Brownsville and dealing with related matters.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm going to make a quick presentation of the area, starting with US Highway 281. Many of you are familiar with this is the exit of Veterans and River Bend. We're going to be placing this area, first of all, reduce the speed limit from 60 to 55. And then we will also be creating a school zone in addition to the reduction of the speed limit. Estimated time of completion for the reduction of the speed limit is probably within a couple of weeks. The school zone creation, the delivery for the equipment is, we're looking at about early July, more or less, when we should receive that equipment for the school zone. They will place the signs that the school zone will be created upon approval of this item. It will take approximately about 6 to 8 weeks for the installation, so you're probably looking for the school zone to be set up in late September, early October. The following intersection is a speed limit reduction along Alton Glore. This starts from US Highway 281 to a little bit past east on Madrid Avenue. You want me to, maybe I should entertain questions on each intersection if y'all have questions.
Yes, actually, I did on the first one, Dodo. By making it a school zone, does that lower the speed limit to like 30 or something like that?
Yes, sir. I believe on this one, it can be 30 or 25.
Go to the.
35.
That's during school hours?
No, I'm on the right slide.
But that says what it lowers it.
So this will lower the speed limit. We're doing two items here. One of them is the speed limit reduction.
Right, from 60.
From 55 to 50.
Oh, okay.
And then create the school zone. The school zone cannot be created, I believe, on a speed limit of 55. That's why it's being reduced to 50, okay? And then the school zone itself is right directly in front of the intersection of Riverbend. And it's about approximately 500 feet east and west for the creation of the school zone.
Okay, and then that's going to reduce speeds to 35. Great.
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions? on
I
this
have one,
intersection?
Dodo. Why is it so short for 55 to 50? Is that not just too quick?
These are recommendations based on TxDOT studies.
All right. That works. Thanks.
Any other question on this intersection?
No, and I think it's great that you're doing I think it's a good job. I mean, I know that the state rep was working on this as well, right?
So, yeah, we've had several interested parties on this.
And just to make this clean, do you want us to take each of these up as a public hearing, or do you want it all together? Because
There's
you
four
did all
different
four.
items. If
Yeah.
you feel there's an issue to take them individually, we can take them individually. I have no preference.
Why don't we just ask right now if somebody wants to speak on this?
We'll just do it at the end. It's better if. I thought it'd be cleaner to do it that way, but go ahead.
I'll continue. And then the following intersection is Alton Glore. On Alton Glore, this is from US Highway 281 to Madrid Avenue. And the current speed limit in this segment is 55 miles an hour, and it'll be reduced to 50 miles an hour. Once again, this is based on TxDOT studies and recommendations. Any questions on this particular segment? I'll continue to the following segment. The following segment is located on FM 1732, and this is from US Highway 281 to approximately about 930 feet past the Campo Real Circle. And this speed limit reduction is being reduced from 55 to 45. And this is two different reductions. This is from US Highway 281 to Campo Real Circle, it'll be reduced to 45. And then from Campo Real to the curve, it'll be reduced from 45 to 40. Obviously, this is being reduced because of the curve and for traffic exiting on Campo Real and Los Árboles Avenue. And once again, this is also based on TxDOT recommendation. Any questions on this item? We'll proceed to the following intersection. The following intersection is on FM 1732 as well. And this is in front of Lago Vista. And this speed limit reduction is being proposed from 55 to 45 miles an hour. This is from I-69 to past the intersection of Lago Vista.
What's that reduction, the proposed reduction?
From 55 to 45.
Okay.
This is the last item, so it's a public hearing.
Okay. Do we have any comments on this one?
I have a question. Is it, so what we reduce the speed limits, which I agree with. But then what happens? Do police get stationed out there to start monitoring, or how do the people know, other than the change in the sign? How do we get behavior to change?
So TxDOT typically does the postings, and they'll do advance notices of the postings to the public. Then they'll go out and actually do the sign changes. At that time that I'm aware of, there's no enforcement by PD or patrolling by PD. It's other than normal duties.
Laurel, what I would suggest is that maybe because it's a change, that maybe we be proactive and put some yellow signage saying this speed limit's going to change, and just kind of make for awareness, right? Where it's
Okay.
saying this is coming up, because especially when you go from, one of them is like 10 miles per hour reduction, and which is a lot. And so people just are so accustomed to that. So maybe we can be proactively put a sign saying
Put our
the
billboard
speed
notice.
limit's changing, or, 100, I don't know, so many feet ahead of you for awareness, speed limit changing. And we do that.
We can definitely coordinate that and also issue a message through our CMD department.
I'm just concerned that, if you're used to driving fast or faster on those roads and no one's going to be monitoring you, what motivation do I have to change? You know what I'm saying? Especially in the school zone, I'm wondering if we could spot check those areas afterwards. I know we don't have the manpower to put someone there all the time, but especially in the school zone, it seems like there should be spot checks where
So on 281, I can tell, that one we have worked quite a bit on for several months now. And we have placed flashers, advanced warning signs for the signal. On that particular segment, since we know there's a lot more speeding taking place, we have been a lot more active in informing the public of the signals that are out there. So one of the things that I know we have done already is the school zone notifications. We've been working a lot with BISD. Usually during the summer, we work with BISD to pave 5 crosswalks or school areas that they have pedestrian walk to school program. So we'll pick 5 schools, and on this particular intersection, we've been working with them for several months now to make sure that there's plenty of awareness of at least the school individuals.
Toro on Lago Vista. The bulk of this is outside the city limit. Why is this something we're looking at?
These are requests through TxDOT, and there's a portion of it that is within the city limits of Brownsville.
Okay, it's a very small portion.
Yeah, Lago Vista is actually inside the city limits.
Yeah, Lago Vista is inside the city limits. The portion that's not inside, it's really in between. It's a very small end towards, once you pass Lago Vista. Because most of the Olmito segment, it falls within the city of Brownsville.
In the city of Brownsville? Is that annexed recently? Because that's not reflected on our maps.
Lago Vista has
I'll
been there
confirm
for,
it to make sure, but
Yeah,
There's a
double
big
check
portion
that
of it.
because I know that portion, especially right there along the frontage road, that's District 3. But it usually ends 1 block away from the frontage road and then it goes into
yeah,
county.
by the railroad track.
Yeah.
yeah, Lago Vista is District 4.
That's it.
All right, this is a public hearing. Is there anybody here who wishes to speak on this item? We have a motion to close?
Move to close.
We have a motion to close. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, motion passes. Do we have any motions on the item?
motion to approve?
We have a
Second.
motion to approve and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Just note that Commissioner Galante was out of the room.
Yes, sir. Next items, we have items for individual consideration. Item number 1, consideration and action on approval to reimburse Fisher Dynamics Airport lease for the repair of the roof they are leasing in the amount of $258,544.70.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Commissioners. We're here tonight to get approval to reimburse Fisher Dynamics for repairs to the roof that they are currently leasing over at the warehouse, the airport area, excuse me. They're currently leasing about 141,000 square feet. They had to do some major repairs to their roof there. They were having some pretty serious, severe leaks that was actually causing some disruption to their daily operations. In talking with Brian Walker, Airport Administrator out there, they took the option of going ahead and doing out and contracting themselves and getting the work done with us, the city reimbursing them. It is part of the lease agreement in there. There's two different clauses in there that says the city would take care of the maintenance of the facility. And the work that was done was approximately about $1.74 a square foot. And that falls within the range of what we're looking at, especially right now that we got the facility assessment recently done. They're talking about $1 to $2 a square foot for repairs. And that's right where it falls into. So we're looking at a pretty accurate accounting.
All right. Do we have any questions from the commission? Do we have any motions on the item?
I'll make the motion to approve.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 2, consideration and action to approve operations and maintenance agreements with lit communities for the routine service of the Middle Mile Fiber Network.
Commissioners, we're going to ask to table this item. We were still going through these final points, particularly with the operations agreement. So we'll table it for the next
I'll
meeting.
move to table.
All right, we have a motion to table. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? All right, item 2 is table.
Item number 3, consideration and action to adopt resolution number 2023-057, accepting the certifications of an independent and nationally recognized consulting engineering firm and of the Brownsville Public Utilities Board Chief Financial Officer, accepting letters of rating agencies, making findings and determinations supporting the disposition of the Tenasca Equity Fund as recommended by the PUB Board, and authorizing such other actions necessary or convenient to carry out this resolution.
Yes, good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Commissioners. My name is Mike Pettis. I'm BPUB Chief Financial Officer. So the BPUB Board has voluntarily determined to comply with the provisions of Section 33L of the bond ordinance in connection with the distribution of the Tenasca Equity Fund. As part of the 4-step process outlined in Section 33L, we have received the final report from Snyder Engineering in compliance with 33L Step 3, which concludes that distributing the Tenasca Equity Fund will not impair the reliability, efficiency, or availability of electric utility service required to be delivered to the customers of the system. Second, I, as BPUB's Chief Financial Officer, have signed a certification in compliance with Section 33L, Step 1, that after the distribution of the Tenasca Equity Fund, the system is expected to produce gross revenues in amounts sufficient to meet our debt service coverage obligations. 3, the rating agencies maintaining a rating on BPUB senior lien obligations, that being Moody's, S&P, and Fitch, in compliance with 33L Step 4, delivered letters concluding that the distribution of the Tenasca Equity Fund will not result in a change or reduction of BPUB's current rating with each agency. Now, in compliance with Section 33L Step 3, the BPUB Board last night approved a resolution which makes a finding and determination to the same effect as the certificate of the designated financial officer set forth in Step 1, and written certification of a nationally recognized consulting engineering firm set forth in Step 3, and recommending the action to the City Commission. So that brings us here to the final step. We're here in compliance with Section 33L of the bond ordinance. The BPUB Board is requesting for the City Commission to approve a resolution approving and authorizing the board's plans for distribution or disposition of the Tenasca Equity Fund. The rest of the presentation relates to the Tenasca Equity Fund distribution plan. I don't know if in the matter of time, in the interest of time, if you all want me to go through this, or we can stop at this point and make a recommendation.
Leave it up to the commission. I would think they'd probably want to see it, but it's up to the rest of the commission. I've seen it. You want to see it?
Yeah, go ahead.
I haven't.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, please.
I should go through it?
Yes.
All right. So, the distribution plan. So as you already know, a joint subcommittee between the BPUB and the City of Brownsville was formed to address, among other issues, the potential distribution of the Tenasca Equity Fund to electric system customers. The subcommittee identified questions that needed to be addressed and discussed multiple refund scenarios. After considering multiple options, they made final decisions regarding the best path forward to distribute the Tenasca Equity Fund. So here we have the key decisions in developing the distribution plan. One, refunds will be issued to the electric system customers who the funds were collected from between April of 2013 and September of 2016. This is what we're going to be referring to as the Tenasca Equity Fund timeframe. Second, the refunds will be issued based on each account's total consumption in KWH during the timeframe as a percentage of the total consumption during that period. Three, the portion of a customer's refund paid by assistance programs will be returned to the program's agency in accordance with PUC regulations and Texas Administrative Code. We did receive, though, some good news yesterday. Staff did reach out to one of the major agencies that provides the majority of the low-income utility assistance, that being the Community Action Corporation of South Texas, or KCOS. And the agency provided, came back and said that any funds that would have been paid to BPUB from KCOS to assist clients should be refunded to the clients. So in other words, they don't want this money back, going back to them. So that's a big plus for our customers. Four, the refund will be calculated for all customer classes, and that includes both the City of Brownsville and the BPUB. Refunds can be offset against any monies owed to BPUB, such as previous write-offs or damage claims. The distribution of the refund will be done in two phases. So under phase one, customers who are active as of yesterday, May the 1st, 2023, will receive a credit on their utility bill for the amount of the refund. The estimated implementation date for that is by May the 8th. Under phase two, these are all the inactive customers. They'll receive their refund in accordance with BPUB's current policies via a check mailed to their last known address. The estimated implementation date for this will be May 22nd. So staff does need a longer period because we do have a significant amount of checks that need to be processed, a total of 27,358 checks that would need to be processed. And then again, staff will need some time to research if any of those accounts that left a write-off balance. Eight, the subcommittee agreed that the City of Brownsville and BPUB will opt out of their refund and instead distribute their refund equally to all customers who were active during the Tenasca Equity Fund timeframe and who are still active as of May 1, 2023. So the BPUB board approved to opt out of their refund last night and redistribute equally to active accounts from Tenasca Equity timeframe. So I believe the City of Brownsville will be taking action on their refund after this
Yeah,
particular
so
item.
for clarification, we haven't taken action, and that would be the resolution after this one.
And Mike, can you give us those amounts for?
Yes,
CP?
and I'll provide it here on the slide after this one,
Thanks.
if you can please. So on this slide, we provide the refund estimates by customer, it shows on here, I'm sorry, by customer class. We got the residential, commercial, City of Brownsville, and the BPUB. Please note that the total amount of the refund of $31,355,071 includes $2,355,071 of interest earnings. So that's the 29 plus the $2 million agrees back to the 31. So total consumption for the Tenasca Equity timeframe is at 4.7 billion kWh. And the average refund for the residential and commercial accounts are estimates only. So those, the residential customers' average refunds will be around, in this case, around $212. The refund amounts due to the City of Brownsville and BPUB combined, the $918,000 and the $762 total, $1,681,019. Here on the following slide, in slide 8, we present the distribution of the City of Brownsville and BPUB refunds. This is for illustrative purposes only, because the City of Brownsville has not yet approved to opt out of their refund. So as stated earlier, the subcommittee members agreed to opt out of their entire refund and instead allocate equally to all customers from the April 2013 to September 2016 timeframe who are still active as of yesterday, May 1st of 2023. So the total City of Brownsville and BPB refund amounts total $1,681,019. So as of April the 17th, 2023, we had a total of 34,460 active customers from the Tenasca Equity Fund timeframe. Therefore, each customer will be entitled to an additional $48.78. So in essence, a residential customer whose calculated refund is $200 will receive a total refund of $248.78. So the 48 is on top of the refund they'll be getting. So this concludes my presentation. Are there any questions?
We have questions from the commission?
Other question, what's the time frame in terms of getting the actual refunds out?
As I stated earlier, this is going to be accomplished in the two phases. Phase one would be a credit to those customers that are still active in our system, and that should be accomplished by May the 8th, so by next Monday. And then second phase will be issuing the refunds to all the inactive accounts. And so for those, we'll have to distribute checks and do some other additional research just in case somebody left the write-off balance. We plan to accomplish that by May the 22nd.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks. Any other questions?
Mike,
concerns?
I've got one for you. For customers who were PUB customers at that time, but are no longer active, if they want to verify what address PUB has on file for them to confirm where that check might go, what should they do?
They can call customer service or
I
we
think your
have,
staff wants to come help with that.
we have put together, I'll turn it over to our communications person.
Hi, yes, they can call customer service. We are looking to have a page set up by tomorrow where there'll be a lot of these commonly asked questions. We were just waiting for final approvals at the city, so we can go ahead and update the final numbers as well. We've also created a TEF inquiries at brownsville-pub.com to be able to send any inquiries that you have via email, so you don't have to wait on the call. We anticipate some customers having questions. That might be able to ease up the amount of time that people are waiting, and we can respond to those personally. We'll have our customer service team as well as our communications team and some of our digital information platforms, which I oversee, answering those questions. And personally, depending on the type of questions that we get and the amount, all hands on deck.
And so you said the email's TEF inquiries?
TF inquiries at brownsville-pub.com.
Okay.
I got set up today.
I was gonna say, there may be some people that don't know how to spell inquiries, so you may consider TEF questions or something like that as well. Just a thought.
We can discuss it. It's been
Thank-
set up, but there's always, yes, we can always change that. We will add that to the website. Again, just please be patient on our communications. They are almost ready, just waiting on final decisions, final numbers, and we do have to allow our finance team to run those final numbers. We want to provide final to the community instead of numbers that are changing.
Absolutely.
Perfect. Any additional questions in regards to that?
I have one for city staff. I know some of the slides we're looking at tonight, we didn't have yet on Friday. So the presentation slides that are available to download online don't include some of what we just saw. I'd like to see if we can get that deck updated so that the general public can go out there and pull those as well.
We'll update it.
Thank you, guys.
This was also available at yesterday's board meeting. That's available through our website. We do include these presentations. They are public, the same that were presented by Mr. Perez yesterday. So they're also available at Brownsville PUB.
Thank you.
All right. This is an action item.
I'll gladly make the motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes.
Item number 4, consideration and action to adopt resolution number 2023-059, making findings and determinations supporting the disposition of the Tanasca Equity Fund refund for services paid by the city as recommended by the city's Brownsville PUB and COB subcommittee members and authorizing such other actions necessary or convenient to carry out this resolution.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Elizabeth Walker in the Office of the City Manager. And as Mr. Mike Perez alluded, this is the action item to contemplate the city's own action to opt out of its refund in the approximate amount of $918,000. Elements of the resolution identify formally supporting the disposition of the Tanasca Equity Fund refund for services paid by the city itself. And it memorializes the recommendations of the city's joint PUB City Subcommittee Member Task Force.
All right, any questions?
I'll move to approve the resolution.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you all so much.
Mayor, it is now 6:35.
I'll move to executive session.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. Those opposed? In executive session.
The following items will be considered during executive session. Item number one, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney, and 551.087, economic development deliberation related to Project First. Item number two, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, real property deliberation, and 551.087, economic development deliberation related to Project Glory. Item number three, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney, and 551.087, economic development deliberation related to Project Capital. Item number four, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, real property deliberation, and 551.087, economic development deliberation related to Project Jade. Item number five, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding public funds depository services. Item number six, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney, and 551.072, deliberation regarding real property regarding Project Ecosystem. Item number seven, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney, and 551.074, personnel deliberation regarding roles and responsibilities of municipal officers.
Oh, we're waiting on.
Yeah, sure. What was that? Sandy? We're back from executive session.
It is 8:52. Possible action on any items as discussed in executive session?
Is there any action on item one?
Item one, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the changes to the agreement with Project First as discussed in executive session.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
And I will abstain. Motion passes. No action on item 2, 3, 4. Item 5, is there any motions on this? I believe we're going to table this item.
I'll move to table.
We have a motion to table. Is there a second?
Second?
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Items tabled.
For the record, I'm abstaining.
Okay. Item 6, no action. Item 7, no action. All right, do we have a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. To our banker friends out there, sorry for making y'all wait, but this is gonna get tabled for a little bit. Sorry. Stand adjourned. Thank you.
8:54, meeting has ended.